This is Dr. Pepper Friday Night Rivals.
It's not a playoff game, but tonight's game here in Gulf Shores is going to go a long way in determining which one of these teams will have a chance to make it to the postseason, as we're back in 6A Region 1 for a matchup between the Gulf Shores Dolphins hosting the Theodore Bobcats. Good evening. I'm Jim Cox, my partner, Dan Brennan. I think there's no doubt about it. Both teams know what's on the line tonight. They know they have to win if they want to keep those playoff hopes alive.
This round robin between Gulf Shores, McGill, Theodore, St. Paul's.
Yep.
You've got Saraland firmly at number 1 in the region.
Spanish Fort probably could be 2.
Spanish Fort, good point.
Yep.
But these teams are all playing each other really tight. Wins are coming out as they're coming out, but they're very competitive, and I think that's what we're going to see tonight is a very competitive game.
Both teams like to run the ball.
Yep.
Theodore knows that probably Gulf Shores can throw it a little more than they can, but Gulf Shores wants to win this game on the ground tonight, and if they're going to be successful, they're going to have to try to get around some of those good linebackers and outside linebackers we've seen from Theodore.
Yeah, the middle linebackers are tough, too. A guy named Zy Smith goes 235, and he packs a wallop. Kid's a really good defender, good athlete, and he's one of, you're right, many along Theodore's front line and also their linebacking core. But I think they're going to have to figure out that what we figured out is this Gulf Shores team does have a quarterback. Now, he's young, and his name is Judd Harris. He did lead them to the state championship last year as a freshman, so it's not like he's new on the scene. But we just kind of noticed something in last week when the week they played against St. Paul.
Yep, big plays can make them.
Yeah, he kind of grew up, good, steady quarterback. So that's one guy that they're going to have to defend.
All right, if it were a pro wrestling match tonight, it'd be loser goes home, because that's really what it is. One of these teams will get eliminated from the playoffs. One's going to keep their playoff hopes alive, and we'll come back and kick this one off from the beach coming up right after this. Friday Night Rivals here at the beach. Jim Cox, Dan Brennan, about ready to have our opening coin toss here, as we've got Gulf Shores playing host to the Theodore Bobcats. First time these two teams have ever met.
Wow.
Yeah, never faced off against one another, so got that here tonight.
Some of the coaches seem to be familiar with each other, which is not a big surprise along the coast. Of course, who doesn't know Steve Mask?
So Hall of Famer and all those state championships, 4 of them at St. Paul's, and also, it took a, was it Colbert County, I think maybe took the state championship one time?
Yep.
Buckhorn, Bradshaw, Colbert County, Pell City, and there he is, one of our favorites. And Dolphins won the toss, and they'll defer until the second half, so Theodore not even Steve Mask hasn't even let his team out on the field yet here. They can't blame TV on us. We were ready at 7:05, Dan Brennan.
We were good to go.
Yeah, we were ready to go. Senior night here. They honored all their Gulf Shore seniors before the game here tonight. Again, if you're just joining us, both these teams need this win here to keep their playoff hopes alive. Whoever loses this game will be eliminated from the playoffs. And if you're Gulf Shores, you really say, if we get a chance here, our schedule was so front-loaded. If they win here tonight, they got Baldwin County next week, who's 1-6, and then they close out with Murphy, who's 0-8.
Yeah.
So they'll really have a chance to clinch their playoff spot. That'd be the number 4 spot. Theodore, if they win tonight, they would need some help from McGill. They would need McGill to lose their next 2, including tonight against St. Paul's. So that's then they got Spanish Fort. So they would need McGill to lose their last 2 games. And there would be a whole 3-way tie there, and then it would come down to a tiebreaker, and Theodore has the big win over Fairhope, a 7A non-region win, which counts for more points. So we'll let them figure that out after tonight, right?
Yeah, and so I'm looking at the schedule and noticed even at that time that Theodore got the win at Fairhope. That was a big win against 7A. It wasn't a region win, like you pointed out, but it means a lot. And then, but their offense just continues to kind of clunk along a little bit, and they were able to put 33 up against Murphy, but Murphy's, as poor a team as Murphy's been in forever.
Right.
So let's see. I think the thing that's really frustrated Steve Mask is just not really having an offensive identity.
See what Gulf Shores has done. Gulf Shores had a tough start to the season as well, but they've been playing better. Coach Mark Hudspeth in his 4th season here, of course, went state championship last year, won in 5A. They were 15-0 on the season, and he's got them playing better down the stretch here, and now they're trying to they were really young, only 9 seniors on the team, and so they were really trying to they knew, and so they were young, and the schedule, as we said, really front heavy loaded.
They moved from 5A to 6A, and they lose a lot of talent from that championship team a year ago. So a lot of things working against
like the double whammy there, right?
Yes, indeed.
So the Dolphins will kick off. Tyler Barkley will kick off. J.J. Bush back deep. Deion Morris back deep for the Bobcats as well. Theodore in there. So you don't see that. We got the double dark jerseys here again tonight. We
had that last week too, right?
Yeah, a couple weeks ago here was St. Paul's and Gulf Shores both wore their dark jerseys. Third time here to Gulf.
If you're the one person with a black and white TV, we apologize.
Third trip here to Gulf Shores. First time it's not been a rainy mess. So we're
absolutely the complete opposite, actually.
Happy to have
it is clear and kind of on the cooler side.
And Bush, boy, dangerously just watches that one go into the end zone. Has let it just bounce around the 7, and it takes the bounce back there. And so. So Theodore will start it here. Krishan Overton, quarterback. They don't throw it a bunch. 473 yards on the year, 54% completion percentage. He's got 5 interceptions, 2 touchdowns, and he will pull it down and run. He's got 3 touchdowns running the ball, but they would like to grind it out on the ground with Bush, and then also with Deion Morris, the sophomore back there, and also Kendrick Abel, who will get a lot of carries. You see him number 6 lined up there behind Overton, and he's kind of the workhorse for them when Bush is not in the game. And now we get a stoppage.
Prior to the snap in front, 5-yard penalty, main first down.
All right, so false start to start things off. So when you're offensively challenged a little bit, not what you want to do is go back maybe behind the sticks to start things off.
You don't want it to happen during the game, let alone the first play of the game, setting some sort of a tone that you don't want. And again, this team is going to run the ball. They've got a big offensive line, and really the matchup with the group from Gulf Shores, it would. Weight-wise, it's going to.
So welterweight going against a super heavyweight.
It's kind of that. So you're going to watch this defense, and they'll be very active along the line of scrimmage. They're just not going to take on blocks. They're going to slant and twist and do things that they can to create some havoc, not being able to win those one-on-one matchups.
How about, could this game get off to any, like, if it's any slower start here? It's like 7-11, and we have not had a play take place yet. And it looks like everybody's relaxed at the beach. Like, nobody's in a big hurry at the beach, right?
Past the sunscreen, right?
I guess we'll finally get these.
And here we go.
Start. I do like those Theodore red road unis there. All right, Overton. And just as we said, gives it off to Abel. Abel gets back to about the 20. He's going to be their go-to guy, offensive lineup for this Theodore team. Overton, the quarterback. Bush will be in the backfield. He and Abel will rotate in and out, and they're big up front. Thomas is 298. DeBose is 310. Gage 305. Lawler is 250, and McCarroll is 290. If they throw it much, they'll try to go to number 19, Rasheem Vasher, and also Krishan Sharp is the other wideout, but Vasher with 16 catches on the year is their leading receiver. And now motion will come to Morris, and Morris gets strung down behind the line of scrimmage as they go back, and I think that might be a face mask there as Jermichael Garrett came in there, but where that flag came out, maybe a face mask here because it was right at the point of contact. And we'll see if Theodore can get a first down here on the personal foul.
Personal foul, horse collar tackle. 15-yard penalty for the previous spot will be a first down.
Okay, so there it was. Got him up high, not at the face mask though, but a horse collar. And it's 15 yards. That bails out Theodore because they've gone back 5 more yards on this one.
It does. This is dangerous because it's from behind right there. And
yep.
He didn't really have his hands fully in the horse collar by the end of the play, but he gets flagged, and it's 15, and Theodore's got some momentum.
Yeah, one of those Jermichael just trying to make a play there. Just happened to get his hand up too high, but they'll move it up to the 35 and back off to Abel. And this is what you're going to see. This is what you get out of the Theodore team. You get run, and then occasional pass work there.
Yeah, it's a matter of how well they run it tonight.
Gulf Shores defense giving up 23 points a game. Sermon, Duncan, and Helton. Duncan in the middle, a lot of problems there. Number 20, Landon Everett, 128 tackles on the year, averaging 18 tackles a game. We saw Jermichael Garrett get back there. Thomas and Stevens, Jackson, Dobbins, Bird, and Elijah Malone, the sophomore, in the backfield with a gain of 5 on first down for the Bobcats here. And now direct snap as J.J. Bush makes his first appearance in there, and Bush trying to bang ahead, and he's going to be really close.
Here we go.
I think he's going to have the Roof Doctors first down. So direct snap, J.J. Bush, just one of the best athletes we'll see on the field on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, really heavy runner, too. He's tough to bring down. See what I'm saying? I mean, he creates the contact. Angry runner, gets the first down, and I have a feeling the play sheet's going to look like Fordham against Army in 1949, but that's what we're seeing so far out of Theodore.
I don't think Fordham nor Army either one had a 6'3" running back there.
No,
right?
probably not. They didn't have anybody look like DuBose either.
Jamarius Morris splits out on the right side now as they bring Overton back in on the first down from the 45. And pre-snap. So they go double tight end, and procedure penalty again will back up the Bobcats.
Dead ball, illegal procedure against the offense. 5-yard penalty remains first down.
You know, Steve Matsk is saying, guys, we know this. We know the snap count.
Not a lot of new wrinkles were rolling out here.
No, they're not reinventing football here tonight.
Week 8 of the season for the Bobcats, so we'll go back to 1st and 15. As Coach Mask look, but how much of a friend to the program has he been over the years?
He's been great, and we've watched him win those state titles and win a lot of games at St. Paul's.
Overton looking to throw for the first time here, and it was good coverage by Gulf Shores. They read that pass well on the far side, and Overton had nowhere to go. And I think Overton wanted a little contact there.
I think his receiver got a little tug.
Instead, it's incomplete. Just trying to go out of the backfield to Abel, and
I think he's got a case.
Yeah, coverage was there, but Blaze Thomas may have got away with one. So we'll keep it at 2nd and 15.
It's a marvelous facility. You say it's going to undergo some changes for next year, some upgrades.
Yeah, new field turf coming in, the LED lights. Abel dropped. No, it's Overton was able to keep it. Overton up the near side at the numbers. Will he get caught or will he make it to the end zone? And the ball is knocked away. And they're going to say touchdown. Wow, hustle on the backside. They're going to say he got in, but Dobbins was trying to chase him down. 60-yard run.
60-yard run
for Overton and the touchdown, his 4th of the season. And watch right at the end here, really sold it well to Abel.
Boy, well blocked too, Jim, and he's got a lane and he's gone, but he's not.
He slows up.
He's not completely gone just yet. He is in the end zone.
Yeah, he was in the end zone. He had broken the plane, but it was not by much.
Man, he had no idea the pursuit was there.
And no Jumbotron here to look up. When you're running down the field, look up and see yourself.
But next year,
we were talking about that. The new improvements coming, Jumbotron, the LED flashing lights, and all those.
The Jumbotron would have given him some information he actually really needed on that play.
Yes, and the PAT by Cunnell is good, and a 60-yard scamper by Overton, the junior quarterback, with his 4th TD of the year, and it puts the Bobcats on top 7-0 early in this one here in Gulf Shores. You're talking about the facility here. Dan Brennan here at Mickey Miller Blackwell Stadium, place they call the Mick. You see the great crowd right down in front of us here. Gulf Shores always brings out their crowd support, their Dolphins, and McMurphy Orthodontics Smile Cam. Brought to you by our friends at McMurphy Orthodontics. And visit them if you need a little help on your smile. But Gulf Shores not smiling after that 60-yard touchdown run they gave up to Overton, and you were just talking the break, but sometimes you do some of those slants up on your defensive line, and if you get caught going the wrong way, that can happen, right?
It definitely can happen. And you notice, too, when the Gulf Shores is out there defensively, Jim, their defensive line is actually lighter than their linebacker corps.
Yeah.
So nobody over 200 pounds on that defensive line. Meanwhile, Theodore's offensive line has to average somewhere around 280.
Yeah, you take 2 of the Theodore offensive linemen, and they outweigh the 3 guys up front.
Kind of do.
And Cunnell will kick off here, and Colin Wilson, number 6, back deep for Gulf Shores.
Boy, what a player he is.
Wow, averaging we'll talk about what he averages on the year offensively, but 1,616 all-purpose yards this year between kickoffs and the big rushing numbers. Of that one on a line drive to Jermichael Garrett, and Garrett able to push it out across the 40 to about the 42. So the linebacker lined up there and came right to him in good field position here. That was not hit well by Cunnell. Kind of a knuckleball. And good field position for the Dolphins at the 41. So Colin Wilson, we'll talk a lot about him tonight, the Mississippi State grad, but commit Judd Harris, the sophomore quarterback, 493 yards on the year, 8 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Missed a good chunk of the first quarter of the season, got hurt in the opening night, but has come back and really directs this offense well. But it all runs through Colin Wilson, running back with 1,172 yards on the season, but this time they'll give it to Carter Davis, the sophomore, and Davis doesn't get much as he gets maybe 3. Christian Gill able to wrap him up. Starting lineup, we see Harris at quarterback. Wilson, again, it'll go all through him. You got Dayton Duke there as a blocking back. Balin Bird, and we'll also see Carter Davis in there a lot. Stevens, Brereton, King, Aikens, Breland, and Alexander. But Nick Hampton, number 11, is kind of their go-to guy if they want to put it in the air. Hampton, just a junior, but a big target at 6'3". Now they get a flag.
Dead ball. Ball start against the offense.
So they get 2 on first down, so they'll go back 5 and bring up a 2nd and 13. And this one already having a little feel of that Jets Thursday night game last week against the Bills when it's over 200 yards and penalties in that game. And kind of trending in that direction so far.
Don't wish it to life, Jim.
Put him back at the 37-yard line. And Wilson into a host of Bobcats there. Christian Gill fills those holes at number 99 there, 305 pounds. And Brian Ward, the senior who really gets after it, their leading tackler, there to make the stop as well. Young, Gill, and Smith that Dan highlighted. Bush, we saw him on the offensive side at linebacker. Strong and Ward and Watson, really good linebacker. Secondary, Nelson with a pick this year. Pugh just returns this year as a second-year starter. Bush, just a freshman. And Whitfield, number 12, has got 3 interceptions on the year. And here is another one.
Dead ball. Offside against the defense.
Go against
penalty remains third down. Ball now spotted the 44-yard line.
the Bobcats. So they give the 5 right back.
A couple of good coaches and really good coaching staffs. So this seems to be a little bit out of character for these two teams, but we're kind of waddling through the first period here.
Yeah, choppy start to say the least. Harris, pump fake. Now looks over the middle, and it's dropped as he fired that one off right at the 40-yard line. Unable to get that one complete to Nick Hampton, who we were just talking about. 22 catches on the year, and was looking for 23 there, and he would have had the first down in a little space maybe, Dan.
Yeah, wide open in the zone here. Harris worried about the rush a little bit, and
I think Hampton said that's one I probably should catch when he would tell his quarterback.
And he'd also tell his quarterback, get it up a little bit.
Sure. So 4th and 7 coming up. We'll bring on the punt team. Barkley out to punt. Morris back for the Bobcats. Pressure coming, and Barkley got it off, and a late fair catch called for at the 25. And that's where Theodore will start. Come back from a timeout. 7.5 to go. Theodore on top 7-0 in this 6A Region 1 matchup on Friday Night Rivals. Jim Cox and Dan Brennan here in Gulf Shores. Friday Night Rivals is 6A Region 1 matchup tonight. Theodore with the 60-yard touchdown run by quarterback Christian. He's stopped a few running quarterbacks in his day, hasn't he, Dan Brennan?
I think he has. Former Georgia defensive coordinator Brian Van Gorder also did some time at Notre Dame University up in South Bend, so big-time college
Falcons,
coach. Auburn, yeah.
Atlanta Falcons was the DC there in the NFL as well. And now down here in Gulf Shores is part of this great staff that Coach Hudspeth has put together. Abel first down, and he breaks this one across midfield, now inside the 40, the 30, and all the way down to the 27-yard line. A huge run again for these Theodore Bobcats. They're able to pick up 48 on that one and got around the edge on the right side, and he was kind of off to the races.
Yeah, I had no idea they'd be able to run it this well. That was certainly the plan by Coach Mask, but they have really taken advantage of the size differential between them and the defensive line of Gulf Shores.
So almost already into the Dr. Pepper maroon zone here on one play. Under center. Gives it off, and falling down was Morris, and had a little pressure coming in as well as Morris started to lose his footing and nowhere to go.
Brought down by Adam Duncan.
That was Adam Dunn, the sophomore, his 16th tackle for a loss on the season. That pushes Theodore back to the 31-yard line.
They do those tricks on defense on that defensive line. Sometimes they win, sometimes they lose, but they really cannot. They can't play straight up. There's no way.
2nd and 14. Abel on the left side, and Abel has running room again, drops the shoulder, and he's going to have another Roof Doctors first down as he's up to the 17-yard line, and they are in the Dr. Pepper maroon zone. These are big holes, Dan Brennan.
Yeah, they are big holes. Watch again, and again, you had a slant right there, and that, you know, you leave an area, and if they choose to run it there.
At Stevens at 305 pounds pulling out in front of you as well.
Stevens pulling, and you had the defensive tackle slant in, and that gave away the whole acreage.
They stay with Abel in the backfield and give it to him again, and lost the football. Football is loose, picked up by Gulf Shores, and it may have come loose at the bottom of that pile again.
The Dolphins, ball's on the ground.
And looks like Gulf Shores comes with it and plays. Thomas was the one. It looked like maybe they just dropped that one. We'll see if it was knocked out. But boy, that was a turnover that Gulf Shores desperately needed.
Desperately needed. And Josh, now they yank it out. And let's see if it's out before. Yep, it is. Great job. Great hustle. Great effort.
It was Cameron Helton.
Helton again.
Got in there to yank it free, and that makes Coach McGorder very happy to force the turnover. It looked like Theodore was marching that one to go up 2 scores.
Big chunks of ground. They're gaining on the ground, and I don't say Gulf Shores gets a break because they made their own break.
Harris and the Dolphins. Pump fake, now looking for a home run pass up the near side. Hampton able to grab it at the 30, and Hampton all the way up to the 40-yard line. He'll pick up 22.
Good read, good throw. Right in the soft area of the zone again.
Roof Doctors first down, and Hampton such a target at 6'3", 210 pounds.
He really is.
Jordan Nelson hanging on to wrestle him down. Little back-to-back big plays that Gulf Shores kind of need. This one felt a little slippery for the Dolphins early on.
Yeah, and when you watch the physical mismatch, you're more inclined to think that, right?
Hampton in motion to the near side, and Harris will give it off to Wilson, and Wilson going to be stood up there at the line of scrimmage, nowhere to go is Zy Smith, who Dan Brennan highlighted in the pregame show there to make the stop, and Gabe Watson in to help as well.
He's just a really good player, very active player. We saw that against St. Paul's. Jim, I really think that Wilson's going to have to get it together, and when I say that, the offensive line is going to have to give him at least a little bit of help with this very aggressive Theodore defense, but you can't just put it on the shoulders of the sophomore quarterback. He's capable, but you got to get the run going.
Smith there in on the tackle, and now Harris fires it out to the far side, but Theodore right there as Hampton makes the reception, but it's going to result in a loss on the play.
Ball spotted at the 39-yard line. 3rd and 11.
As Hampton Read that one the whole way, did Bush. And now 3rd and 11 here for this Dolphin team. Harris with 3 receivers to the bottom of the screen. One up top looking to set up a screen. They get it up to Wilson at about the 40. Breaks the tackle to 45, flag. Wilson still on his feet all the way up to the 41, but this one looks like it's going to come back. Maybe a hold on the edge.
Flag is on the edge. More than likely that is what it is, but
Coach Hudspeth was out there. He thought he saw one at the end of the play as well.
how about the effort by Wilson? The effort and talent by Wilson.
Holding against the offense.
Costly holding penalty that's going to put him in 3rd. Yeah, let's see if Akins, maybe the center out in front. So had just a hit there, but then he got a hold of Brian Ward and didn't let go. And that causes the flag, and so they would have converted on 3rd and 11, and now they're at 3rd and 15. Wiped out by the penalty.
See if Theodore brings pressure, Jim, or if they just want to keep everything in front. What strategy?
Showing a little pressure. Now inside, wrapped up and buried. Christian Gill gets there. 305 pounds against the 160-pound quarterback Harris.
Christian Gill
They got there with 4. Gill.
Down in the backfield.
Watch Gill here, the senior, kind of loops around and oof, nothing Harris could do on that one, and they go backwards. And now Barkley will be punting from inside his own 15. Barkley, not as much pressure this time. High kick, Morris watches it bounce and takes a great hop. And that one all the way down to the 19-yard line. A 51-yard punt by Barkley, and Theodore with the lead. They'll get the ball back late in the first here in Gulf Shores.
Today's home game sponsor is Great Park.
Friday Night Rivals on UTV 44 down here in Gulf Shores versus Theodore. Theodore with a 7-0 win. It's brought to you in part by Dr. Pepper. It's also brought to you by the Mobile County Sheriff's Department. Sheriff Paul Birch, the man in charge. Greer's, market since 1916. Lucy's in charge there. And by IBEW 505, all part of the sponsorship team, bringing you Friday Night Rivals live from Gulf Shores tonight.
7-0 here at the beach. 6A Region 1 other score. St. Paul's leads McGill 14-0 in the second quarter. Big one in 5A at Mobile County. Viger on top of Williamson 13-0. Davidson and Foley 6-6 in the second. Baker, the big one in 7A for the 7A championship basically tonight, leads Mary G 14-0 in the second quarter.
Hey, they looked good last week.
Fairhope leads Daphne by a score of 9-7. And here comes Abel again, and Abel all the way out to the 36-yard line. Picks up 16 for a Roof Doctors first down, and they have come in chunks here tonight.
Well, they're just pulling people, pulling offensive linemen, and creating lots of space for talented, tough running backs. And I don't see how and when this is going to change, to be honest with you. You see the left side of the line pulling.
And once they get outside on the edge, too.
I think use their speed.
Sure. This one up to the 36, and you look at the sophomore Abel, 5 touchdowns on the year, over 600 yards now. And then they'll right to him, and this time good penetration by the Dolphins to shut that one down. They slanted. They made it work on that one as they able to get in there as Jackson Sermon, the sophomore, able to make the stop.
Again, when you see them make penetration, almost always because of the disparity between the sizes of the lines, they're doing something. They're twisting or they're slanting, and they're making penetration that can get you a loss, and it can get you a big gain too, right?
Yeah, Sermon, 175 pounds.
There you go.
Gets in there and made the stop, and that was his 5th tackle for a loss on the season as it pushes the Bobcats back to 2nd and 11 as we're down to 90 seconds to go here in the opening quarter. Gable slips a tackle, and he'll get a chunk of it back here as he's out near midfield. He's going to have another first down up to the 49-yard line as he'll pick up 14. Another Roof Doctors first down. Just what you see here tonight. Just again, big chunk play here on the ground.
Yeah, almost a tackle in the backfield with one of those linemen slanting through, but Theodore looking very strong. The game plan is very sound, and they've got the players to do it.
Clock runs down near a minute here, and first down, and back under center, double tight end formation. Just don't see this a lot. Any football you watch, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, right? Abel into Dolphin territory. So get a handful before he's wrapped up and brought down.
You know, we know Steve Nash so well. We know he likes to run the ball, and his explanation to us of his game plan before the we're not standing around midfield for nothing. Okay, so Steve, how's it going to go tonight? And it was very colorful and very succinct, and this is exactly what we thought he meant.
He's going to run it straight at them,
yep.
And that's what they're doing, and so far it's working. Anyways, they got 3 on first down here to move it up to the 47. Second pass attempt now, able to get that one off, and it's the sophomore Dion Morris. You see that Gulf Shore's trying to rip that ball free, but Morris going to be right near the sticks.
Pass is complete to Dion Morris, brought down by Blaze Thomas and Landon Everett. That's the end of the first quarter.
Looks like he can be just short here, the first down, but Overton went 60 yards here, and he got it just into the end zone for the 7-0 Theodore lead, and that's where we're at through 1 on Friday Night Rivals here at the beach. Jim Cox, Dan Brennan back here at Gulf Shore. 6A Region 1 matchup. Winner of this game will keep their playoff hopes alive. The team who loses this game, well, not so much. And big tilt here tonight for both these schools to try really kind of battling for that number 4 spot in the region. And third and less than a yard. And they'll bring in Braylon Eli to be a lead blocking back there and able to bust it out to the outside again is able before he's wrestled out of bounds and load up with some power and another first down. This a local 119 Plumbers first down, and again, not just holes but also just a great job by able to break tackles there at the first bit of contact.
Yeah, powerful runners, but you're right, they're not getting hit to their well downfield. They had 165 rushing yards before that play.
In the first quarter.
So first quarter.
On the pace for about 640 yards on the ground here.
Don't do that math. It's scary.
There's Abel getting Moores. He'll get about 8 on first down to the 11 there in the Dr. Pepper maroon zone. There's Adam Duncan in there to make another tackle. Second and short coming up. And
they got some tough, scrappy kids, Jim. We've noticed that, but just not enough to keep up with the strength and weight of Theodore.
Yeah, it's a physical mismatch at this point. Overton will give it off to Morris, and Morris going to be wrapped up in the backfield and driven way back to the 20 as a Pot of Dolphins comes in there to break that one up again. Duncan with good penetration. And one of the few times you see Theodore go backwards here when they try to run it.
Ball spotted at the 15-yard line.
Boy, Duncan, the sophomore, did a great job to get in there. And then Quentin Daniel able to come help finish things off.
Yeah, about 3 or 4 helped out.
36 for the Bobcats.
All the way back to the 15, and third and 6. Duncan 5'9". He's the big one on the defensive line at 195.
That's him.
And they'll keep Abel in at quarterback. Abel's 200 pounds as well, so you kind of get tired of tackling him. They try to sling it out. That one batted down at the line of scrimmage. Good work by the Dolphins. Reading that one, and now a decision. Bryce Cunnell is 2 of 5 on the year and field goals as long as 33. And this one going to be about a 32-yard attempt as Overton will hold as Cunnell will try for his 3rd field goal of the season. Gabe Watson, the long snapper, and Cunnell gets good leg on that one and knocks it through. And Theodore able to extend their lead to 10-0.
Friday Night Rivals brought to you tonight in Gulf Shores by Dean Wade, Injury Lawyers. Also brought to you by the people who invented the smile cam. I'm giving them credit for it. It's McMurphy Orthodontics. And by Roof Doctors. And finally by AMNS Calvert. They hiring up there?
They are. AMNSCalvertJobs.com. We're always on the precipice of doing something, you know, where we need to look at those, Dan Brennan. They do job openings, right? We're always on the precipice of you know, what can we do?
One eye on the depth chart, one eye on AMNS Calvert.
So thanks to them and Steve Mask. I know he's happy with his kicker, but you hate to settle for a field goal when you get it down there, the 11-yard line.
And they just drove it, like all game, they just drove it at will. Big chunk plays. I don't know what the answer is for Gulf Shores. We'll see if Van Gorder comes up with something.
Saraland on top of Murphy, 30-0 in the first quarter.
There you go.
Fairhope now leads Daphne 16-7. Baker still on top 14-0. And here it's 10-0. Again, another line drive. trying to bounce around and get something going there is Hampton. And 33-yard line. So we're talking about why this game is so important here. So you got Saraland, they're gonna run the table and be your champions again in the region. Then we're going to wrap up the season with a St. Paul's Spanish Fort matchup that is going to determine most likely who's going to be number 2 and who's going to be number 3 in the region. Then you got McGill, Theodore, Gulf Shores all kind of lumped together there, as Dan was saying to open the broadcast. And you got tiebreakers as to who and where. But if Gulf Shores loses tonight, they're going to fall down to 2 and 4 in the region, going to be knocked out. Theodore is going to go up to 3 and 3. McGill is already down 21-0 tonight, so things are working the way Theodore needs them to so far.
Yep, and Theodore's doing their part.
Bird swings this one out to the near side. Bird had a big touchdown reception in the game we did here a couple of weeks ago against St. Paul's. And Theodore, they've got a tough matchup at Saraland next week. Pick up 4 on first down, so 2nd and 6.
See if they get Colin Wilson heated up here a little bit. Star running back going to Mississippi State.
Fake on the give, and instead it's going to be Wilson who takes the direct snap, and he's going to have the first down out across midfield.
He's got that Maserati gear, doesn't he?
Yep. As he will pick up 16.
SEC almost never recruits slow guys. I don't know if you noticed. What's the speed right here? Can he get the corner? He can.
Yeah, Akins with a good job coming out to lead that block.
Yep.
And almost to like you don't want to get, almost you slow it down a little bit, which is not their nature, but you just don't want to give them all that many possessions. So you can kind of see where it's going.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I think establishing the run is so important. Give the defense a break.
And Wilson again out of the Wildcat, and he's still on his feet, and he's down to the 33. And he'll pick up 16, and Dan said, let's see if we can get the Mississippi State commit heated up, and that's exactly what they do.
Yeah, and he's the one guy that looks like he could be the star on Theodore, let alone make that squad and start for him. Just a tremendous run.
Yeah. Over 1,200 yards on the year so far, and he played some quarterback early in the season when Harris got hurt and had him lead. They almost beat Mary G on the road there with him playing quarterback. Now the inside give this one off to Hampton, and Hampton stays on his feet up to the 23.
Nick Hampton from the belly toss gets the ball.
He's going to have
25-yard line.
Marking just short. I thought he had the first down. Looks like he's going to be just short, but they'd love to get the ball in his hands.
Good blocking on the perimeter again.
Yeah, it is good for the first downs.
Now the
Local 119 first down, and
field is compressed here a little bit. Let's see if they can continue to run that ball.
Yeah, it's looked different with Wilson lining up at quarterback. On the right side, he dances, bounces into his own wide receiver and Balin Bird there and gets it to the 16. Whistles, I don't see a flag. And just the patience you see.
Penalty flag on the play. Holding against the offense.
Yep, going to be a hold right at
10-yard spot now.
the 20, and he'll push him back to the 30-yard line.
Yeah, he's not in a hurry, and then he explodes. It's the patience plus the explosion.
And the vision.
And the vision.
Holding. 10-yard penalty from the spot of foul. Play first down.
He is really a fine player. Lost a few off last year's roster, too. Was it Ronnie Royal?
Yep, Ronnie Royal, who great in the secondary and on offense too. And Wilson's such a huge part of their offense in that 15-0 run they made to the state championship. And first and 19 here for the Dolphins. They'll bring Alcius in motion, and instead, Wilson going to keep it, and Bush grabs a hold of him. He's able to break through that one and still rumbling ahead and able to force that one up to about the 25, but it looked like it was going nowhere because Bush bolted in there.
Yeah, and he's breaking tackles with some of these big defensive linemen, too, and showing great grit, great balance, great strength.
Brings up second and 10.5.
He was almost grabbed up high inside the jersey there again. Gets a good chunk back, and now 2nd and 10. And he can throw it a little bit if
I was thinking the same thing, Jim. They creep up a little bit. Do you dare?
instead he'll go to the left side this time and looking for a cutback and get it inside the 20. It'll bring up 3rd and
Advances the ball from the 17-yard line.
short here. Doing a good job of chipping away at this 1st and long.
Yeah, the line moves left, and they do a good job again perimeter blocking. Let's go of the linebacker just in time so he doesn't get a flag.
Yeah. It was Pugh trying to come up and make the tackle here. So 3rd and about 4 for the Dolphins. And you see how this offense has looked different with Wilson in it, quarterback so far. Again, left side now inside, and he's going to bang ahead, and he's going to have another local 119 first down. And also what we're talking about, look, all of a sudden we're down to halfway point of the 2nd quarter.
Yeah, I think, again, you know, this is not groundbreaking information, but just the fact that getting that running game going and allowing that defense to sit on the sideline, I don't care if they rest or play cards, but they can't keep taking on that Theodore offense.
I don't think Coach McCorder wants him over there playing, you know,
well, I'm
playing spades on the sideline, you know. At the 11, so they can get a first down without the touchdown. And Wilson, that one gets squeezed a little bit there as Christian Gill is in there. Trey Matthews as well. He gets 2.
Yeah, this is where it gets a little tougher, right, Jim? So what do you do? How do you approach this now? Things that worked at the 35 may not work at the 8.
Yeah. You get that back of the end zone, almost like a 12th defender there, but again, they haven't looked to throw it much. But Bird at the bottom of the screen. Hampton is the big target. They look up top, and Wilson waits on the handoff. Now a little cut back, and Wilson lunges for the goal line. No signal yet. Now he's in for the touchdown.
Yeah, what you do is you give it to Wilson, and you let him redirect people with a fake and find a lane. And the other thing is, Jim, believe it or not, I think that Theodore defense is getting a little winded.
For sure.
Look
Again,
at the move. Wow.
Inside and just snips the goal line. Amon S. Calvert, touchdown. Amon S. Calvert, innovations in steel, strengthened by people. Now hiring at AmonSCalvertJobs.com.
Well, now we know what Gulf Shores offense is going to look like the rest of this game.
And Barkley cuts it to 3, and Gulf Shores did it all on the ground that time, and it was all Colin Wilson. And this time he finishes it off and lunges, and he is in for his 10th touchdown of the season. And Gulf Shores cuts into the Bobcat lead here in the 6A Region 1 matchup on Friday Night Rivals.
What a player.
Friday Night Rivals Smile Cam is brought to you by McMurphy Orthodontics. Are you ready to smile? Gulf Shores Cheerleaders, something to smile about there. Impressive drive by Colin Wilson and the Dolphins.
like they changed up the ingredients and cooked something new right there. They just put Wilson as the Wildcat, and it went very well. Good blocking up front, too. They actually blocked better.
And did a lot of that early in the season when Harris was out with the injury. And
True.
You can see that Wilson not challenged by going right at that Wildcat. And again, the patience, the vision, and
strength, toughness, speed. He's
and also
got everything.
To give the offensive line a little bit more time as well. Just where he doesn't just have to try to run up against the big forces of this Theodore line. And don't overlook that defensive stand that Gulf Shores made to hold them to a field goal in the last one. 66 yards, just under 5 minutes and 9 plays before Wilson finished it off, and Barkley sends this one into the end zone.
Taylor Barkley kicks, sails into the end
And now,
zone.
if you're
Results a touchdown ball.
Gulf Shores, you think, okay, we can get a stop here.
Yep.
And we get the ball to start the third quarter.
Yep.
Just start to get that little double dip stop. But the most important thing, get a stop.
It's a big ask. It's been a big ask tonight, and one turnover and some negative plays that led to that Theodore going backwards a little bit down by the goal line, so it ended up with 3 instead of 7. So that's some points that aren't on the board that maybe should be, the way Steve Matz looks at it. But what he's got to look at right now is just establishing a big drive on the ground again, and maybe sprinkle in a throw.
Abel, you said 165 yards already on the ground, right?
He's got 135. They've got nearly 200.
Overton will keep this one on the right side, and he's looking to turn the corner and gets upended there as he was finally chased down by Landon Everett. Again, Everett, 128 tackles coming in tonight's game, averaging 18 a game.
Yeah, how do you do that in a high school game?
Second and 6.
Limited time, and for him to make that many stops, talk about a nose for the ball.
Picks up 4 on first down there, so 2nd and 6. Coming up here for the Bobcats. Overton took it 60 on the opening drive. And Vassar splits out wide, and they'll put Morris in the slot. They'll keep it to Abel, and Abel puts his head down and pushes this one up to the 35, and the local 119 first down. And Theodore just gonna keep doing what they do.
Yep.
Again, Abel, we talked about Abel. He's 200 pounds. We've seen him. You get tired of tackling a 200-pound back late in the game.
And the guys at this size too, so he's bigger than anybody on their defensive line. Pretty much same size as the linebackers.
Yep. From the 34, and now
movement.
Yep. Up front is one of the offensive linemen over to play a little tight end, and he got
dead ball. Ball start.
Penalty on offense.
First down.
Puts him back behind the sticks at 1st and 15 at the 30. Steve Mask not happy with some of these pre-snap penalties here tonight.
No.
Overton to Abel on the right side this time, and he'll drag some tacklers out across the 35 to about the 37-yard line as Landon Everett was in there, but see, he's not just speed. He can just run it up in between the tackles.
Yeah. Strong guy. Block at the very end too. He's big lineman of Theodore blocking to the very end.
2nd and 7 coming up here for the Bobcats as we approach 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, low snap. Overton able to grab it now. He's just going to have to fall on it because the pressure was coming after the low snap. Nowhere to go, and Cameron Helton makes another big play in this one for the Dolphins, and it drives them back again, and just an unforced error here on a low snap.
Yeah, he's been a playmaker tonight, Helton. Living in the backfield, and now you've got a situation that Theodore simply is not that comfortable with.
Yeah. Not a lot of teams great at 3rd and 16, but a team that doesn't like to throw the football all that much. Yeah, what you don't want to do is risk a turnover here now with approaching 2 minutes to go in the first half.
And if you're Theodore, you're looking across the way and you're thinking differently about that team offensively, what they present for you.
I'm sure Steve Mask's going to take a timeout as the play clock is winding down here. And we'll take it with him. Big third down coming up here late in the first. Good one in Gulf Shores. Hey, coming up in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, it's the IBW Local 505 halftime show. Dan Brennan will be down on the field, talk to the leading coach, and then administrators from both schools. Is there anything to talk about Gulf Shores, what they got going on down here? Like
we got everything going on.
$65 million high school building?
Halftime is not nearly enough time to get that conversation going.
All right, 3rd and 15. Overton looking to set up a screen, comes to the near side. It's broken up, incomplete. That'll stop the clock and force a punt. And suddenly Gulf Shores now with a big chance. So you get a penalty, you get a bad snap, you get behind the sticks, and now you get an uncomfortable situation, and now you have to punt.
Yeah, Van Gordon, he's dialed up something, and keeping him in this game.
29-yard line. 4th and 15 for the Bobcats. Colin Wilson back to receive.
Kind of a short kick, and Wilson's going to watch it bounce. And is he going to grab it at the 35? He will, and he'll be bounced backwards, but still on his feet and falls ahead to the 35-yard line. So it really, this game really changed when they moved Colin Wilson to quarterback on that last drive, and he was the answer they were looking for, Dan.
Yeah, and blocking, but you're right. I mean, just a tenacious back, good speed, good vision, knows when to accelerate, and can really fight off those. Here's the touchdown right there.
Whoop.
Yep, that's what it was. And not everybody can do the whoop. He did it. He got in. We were talking about that field being condensed, and how do you score against a bigger defense? Well, that's one way. Extreme talent.
Well, up at the 35 here, and they will bring Harris back in at quarterback. Now he'll roll it out, looking to throw, and flips it to the far side, able to get that one off and complete. He's got it to Carter Davis, the sophomore. And he picks up 4 on first down here.
Wilson's got 61 yards on 9 carries. Abel, he's had a great first half. 13 carries, 152 yards for Theodore.
So we get a break. Now these aren't the texts we need. You know, we get lots of texts up here in the booth from people. But
plenty.
We got a. I won't mention his name. He's an attorney on the Eastern Shore.
All right.
It's this new drinking game. Chug every time Cox says precipice on the air during Friday Night Ride. That is not what high school football is. It's not what we're doing here.
That's
we appreciate the viewership.
That man has a law degree.
Oh, I think it's the first time all year we use precipice, right?
You don't use it all the time.
Out of the backfield, that one tipped up in the air, and now this is what you didn't want to do for Gulf Shores. Now you're 3rd and long, and now you got 2 minutes left. You don't want to give them the football back.
Yeah, I mean, these teams they're just limited offensively, not in a terrible way, but the passing game not there for either team. Boy, that was nearly picked off.
And of course, Chris Haley watching back in the Bahamas tonight as he tunes in on the iPad at the.
Was that the precipice guy?
No, that was a different Baldwin County viewer. All right, 3rd and 7. Harris with pressure coming, hangs this one up the near side, and it's broken up as Jordan Nelson able to break it up, and you stop the clock again with the 2 incomplete passes there on 2nd and 3rd, and now you're going to give it back to Theodore with 1:49 left. As this one hung up in the air and not really much of a chance.
He had a one-on-one. He had a shot there, but they bring Harris back in. They abandon the Wildcat to try and get some big yards, and they end up with no yards.
There were three pass plays on that drive.
Yep.
So Barkley, who's got the big leg, puts this one up high, and Abel will watch it bounce, but it takes a Theodore bounce, and so at the 33-yard line with 1:40 left. I don't think Coach Hudspeth was really envisioning giving the ball back to Theodore with 1:40 left.
While we stop the 32-yard line, first down Bobcats.
So this kind of a pivotal drive here in the first half here. Theodore, if you can take advantage of this and build on your lead, whereas for Gulf Shores, you got to get a stop, it feels like here.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of yards for Theodore to gain here with this much time left in the half. But their running game has produced some big chunk plays too. It's not like they've got to throw it downfield to get 30 or 40.
Inside give, and now Abel will bounce it to the outside and stays on his feet up to about the 40, so we'll get 8. Let's see what Coach Mask does. He's got 2 timeouts left.
Funny, some of the members of the crowd here in front of us were like, come on, because of the yards gained after contact. I'm thinking to myself, you want to go down there and tackle Abel?
It's easier said than done.
That would have been my point.
Penetration this time, and Overton going to be brought down as again, good job blowing up in there is Duncan, and now with Gulf Shores. Is Gulf Shores going to take their timeout to stop it on 3rd down here, or no? St. Paul, Theodore takes the timeout as Duncan, the sophomore, has had a good game disrupting things in the middle.
He's played very well. They kind of stalled him out a little bit offensively.
Yeah, they impressive 60-yard drive on the first one, and then they were moving it to start the second quarter and got bogged down there at the 11, went backwards, penalty, and now 3rd down here. And
also they turned one over.
Yep, deep on the second drive. You're right.
Yep. Nothing coming easy in 2024 for Coach Steve Mask. Everything's been kind of a struggle. I think you have that kind of struggle, Jim, when you just cannot really identify what you do best on offense, or at least execute.
Started out 0-3, lost their two of those region games. They lost by a combined 5 points.
Right.
You know, it's just
they're playing everybody tough.
Bring in the big package again, and they'll give it off to Bush, and Bush is going to be short of the first down.
He is.
We'll see, will Gulf Shores take a timeout? They will get the ball to start the second half, but I think he's trying to see what Coach Mask is going to do over there, if he's going to. He's just going to let the clock run down on 4th and 1, and you would guess that Coach Mask will just let it run all the way down to about 15 seconds left. Now they come out here and they're going to try to sneak it. They will, and they'll just go with the push, and they get the first down. So we'll stop the clock with 20 seconds. And now it feels like Theodore again will just keep the big package in here, and they just. They got Braylon Eli. Bring him into the backfield with Abel, and now they'll just down it. with 15 seconds left here. One timeout left, so I think they try to get a shot play here and then maybe get a timeout. We've seen their kicker, Bryce Cullen, nail one from 32 so far here tonight. Overton, he's got Morris split out in the slot. And again, they'll just go on the inside give, and Abel rolls it up to about the 48, and that'll do it. That'll bring the opening quarter, or the second quarter of the first half to end 10-7. If you're Gulf Shores, you got to feel good about this one. It looked like you were going to go down 14-0.
Stay tuned for a great halftime performance.
But you get the turnover and your defense comes up, then you get that late touchdown. You're going to get the ball back to start the second half, and I think Steve Mask is probably going to feel a little bit like they left some points on the field. We'll hear about that as Dan Brennan makes his way all the way across the field to go catch up with Steve Mask. Steve Mask, an All-Pro, he knows the drill. He knows he needs to hang on and wait there for Dan Brennan to get over there to get him. Dan's just trying to get. Dan made the big run across the field. He just looked like he's got everything he needs except for a camera person. So this is. Oh, I could just look across the field and see Steve Mask standing at the 4. Dan Brennan back across the field. He's just not. Got a little flag on our TV production crew on this one here, but I think they've got it all squared away over across the far side of the field. Theodore has the lead over Gulf Shores by a score of 10-7. Let's go down to Dan Brennan and Steve Mask.
Coach Steve Mask, a great running attack in the first half. He just did not turn it into a bunch of points.
Well, we can't play behind the chains. With the game plan we've got, we can't have stupid penalties jumping off sides. And all of a sudden, we take a 2nd and 7 and turn it into a 2nd and 12. And that's big, with this thing like this. But I thought we blocked really well. I thought Sean really played well. We're not obviously not airing Coryell. We're not airing it out a lot. But we had a lot of success on the ground. So a little bit of an old school guy. If you have a successful run it until they stop you.
And Wilson played well in the first half for them, especially when they put him at Wildcat. That kind of changed their offensive identity.
Well, that's what he's good at. I mean, he's hard to tackle. I mean, people understand he's just really strong. Lower body is really strong. We've got to do a little bit better job of setting the edge. It's our biggest thing. We didn't set the edge. We got to set the edge.
What's the speech about at halftime?
Just got to go back out and keep playing. We got to play that we're on defense first half, get a stop, take the ball down, get some points out of it. This thing is a long, long way from being over. Which, shoulda, woulda, coulda, but right now it is what it is. It's 10-7.
Thank you, Coach.
All right, thanks, Dan.
Yes, sir. Steve Mask on the field at halftime. I would think with that demeanor, he's down. He's up, but he's only up 10.
$10-7 here at the half. You heard Coach Mask talk about with Dan Brennan. Theodore was up 10-0. Gulf Shores comes back at a late touchdown. They'll get the ball to start the second half. But before that, Dan Brennan is going to talk about both these fine schools here on our halftime show from the beach. 10-7, Theodore on top of Gulf Shores.
on the field for halftime in Gulf Shores. And Theodore with a 10-7 lead in a very competitive game. Cindy Veazey is the principal of Gulf Shores High School. I keep running into these administrators at these amazing schools and beautiful places. So you're the latest. Let's talk about being the principal at Gulf Shores High School, how long you've had that, and what it's like day to day, and then what's the future for this school?
Oh, it's such a privilege being the principal. I've been here about 7 years, so I was here between the county and when it went to city, and it's been growing like crazy. That's probably been the biggest challenge. When I started, it was 9 through 12, we had about 735 as a city, and then we're at 920 now. We had 130 new students last year, 75 this year, so everybody wants to be here, including me. It is a great place to be. It's a great school. It's a great environment. We try to really meet kids where they are and where their needs are. Because we're here on the island so far away, we do a lot of our own academies, and we have we're going to have great choices for the kids, and we try to really individualize and help those students find their pathway. We have an aviation program, a STEM program, which includes computer science and engineering. You know, we're big on hospitality here because of the services here, so we have a huge culinary program. So just a lot going on. Kids want to be there. We really try to give them experiences. That's kind of our value, is to give them opportunities to make their potential through experiences and real world life experiences, and use our environment. Our whole city is, you know, is sustained by tourism. So we teach our kids a lot about our surroundings and how important it is to take care of our surroundings. We call it Science by the Shore. All our sciences are marine science, environmental science. Our kids, we're on block specifically, so they have 90 minutes. They can do their labs at the beach or at the lagoon, you know, at the fishery.
So science class is actually all around you.
It is. It really is.
Talk about managing that when you became an independent school system and what that transition was like. If you could just briefly tell me what that was all about.
Sure. It was tough, I think, for everybody because nobody had done it before.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'll say it was a little dicey.
Challenge.
It was a challenge. But we learned a lot that first year. And it was huge for me. I had never worked for a city system before, but just to have the support of the people right there that know you. And you can say to them directly, we need this. And they look at you and go, okay, we'll find out how to do that.
Quicker to get answers.
Quicker to get answers, quicker to get support. And our community loves the school, and our city is so good to support us in everything. So it's been great.
Thanks. Enjoy talking with you.
Well, thank you.
And best of luck in the future.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Gulf Shores. Y'all come back.
This place is gonna have quite a bright future, by the way. That's Cindy Veazey, the principal of Gulf Shores High School. I've got Tim Hardigree now. He's the principal at Theodore High School in Mobile County. How are you tonight?
Hey, I'm doing great. What a wonderful night, and the expected good game.
Yeah, it is a good game.
Absolutely.
And both teams running it pretty well. Certainly the Bobcats were. Steve Mask a little upset he didn't cash in with a few more points, but there's a second half to be played. What are some of the headlines coming out of Theodore High School right now?
Well, a lot of good things coming out of Theodore, but of course Mobile County Public Schools are driven by a wonderful superintendent, Mr. Threadgill. But Theodore High School, you know, I always say we're exceptional in the fact that we boast that we own the only dental and logistics academy in the entire state of Alabama, but also with our other academies being business, marketing, health science, and engineering. They're producing some phenomenal kids out here. But I'm really proud to say that, you know, this year we incorporated a BOSS program, an accelerated ninth grade academic program for 25 wonderful ninth graders coming in. Hopefully in the future we can build that to 50 or 75 or even maybe 100, wherever it goes. But we're excited about that. We're excited about the opportunities that our community gives us. We're excited about Theodore High School. A lot of good things go on a daily basis.
And Theodore is a community. I mean, it's really a place that may not be a city or it doesn't have, you know, city borders, but it's a place that really, I think the high school is really the gathering place. That's where the people express their pride.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, being a product of Theodore, being a product of Theodore, being born and raised there, I'm probably the only alumni in the entire Mobile County Public Schools out of 93 schools who is the proud principal of his alumni.
That's awesome.
And with that being said, you know, that comes good and bad now. I mean, you're connected to the community, but you're also connected to the community, you know. Yeah. So a lot of folks come to me and they expect good things, and good things are coming out of Theodore.
Hey, nice visiting with you. 10-7. Let's see if you guys can rally or at least get some things in the end zone in the second half. I know that's what you're hoping for.
Hey, absolutely, and always go Bobcats.
You got it. Go Bobcats. That is Principal Hardigree with Theodore High School. 10-7 right now. Theodore, tight game at the half. So we've got that second half on the way. Dan Brennan on the field. We're going to send it back upstairs.
The following segment is sponsored by Dr. Pepper.
One of the things that resonates us at Coca-Cola United and Dr. Pepper that correlates between team sports and back into our business is no doubt is teamwork. We see time and time again, not that anybody can't be successful in it, but they have a jump start of what a team environment looks like and everybody working together and pulling together for a common goal, and it just puts them miles and miles ahead. But just kind of one example from that is in Mobile, we actually bottle our Cokes in Mobile. It's made in Mobile. We're the only beverage made in Mobile. But what does that mean? We have to make the drinks. All right, we have to manufacture it, put it into a warehouse. The warehouse is logistic, loads it on a truck. We deliver it to the stores, salesman has to sell it, and we have to deal with the retailer and the consumer. So if you look at that, there's 5 or 6 touch points for every little Coke bottle before it makes it to the Coke shelf. Without that teamwork of pulling together, each department working together to get that final product to the shelf, it just does not happen.
This is the IBEW Local 505 halftime show.
(10-7) here at the half. Theodore leads Gulf Shores. Theodore looked like they were threatening to run away with this one early.
Yep.
But then Gulf Shores got a turnover, and then they were able to hold Theodore to a field goal, and then they kind of got things going with the Wildcat offense, 10-7. Let's take a look at how both teams got here. We talked about both teams, really not, didn't probably expect their record to be where they are, and you see that Theodore had the tough start of the season, lost to Baker, 7A opponent, 33-23, and then the back-to-back lost to Spanish Fort, and then lost to McGill in that monsoon, and then they got things going a little bit, win over Baldwin County. Tough one against St. Paul's we saw here on Friday Night Rivals, and then they beat Fairhope 2 weeks ago. That could be a big tiebreaker deciding factor for them if they wind up in a three-way tie with both Gulf Shores and also with McGill-Tulane. Then they beat Murphy, and they got Saraland next week, which is going to be a handful, and they'll close things out against Blunt. So they've been battling back from that 0-3 hole that I don't think anybody expected them to be in to start the season.
No, you're right. And when you look at this roster, you see the talent, you see the lines of scrimmage, and the talent around the field, especially at running back. You would preview Theodore to be a pretty good team.
Yeah,
and what we've seen on the field, they are a pretty good team. It's just kind of like a this or that, and that's pretty much what Mask had to say at halftime. Like, I'm not even sure why it's only 10-7, but it is.
Yeah, and he dropped an Air Coryell reference, which you don't get a lot of those during Friday. And for all you youngsters watching, there was, back in San Diego the day when Don Coryell and Dan Fouch used to throw it all over before everybody did that. All right, let's take a look at what Gulf Shores has done to get to this point. This is our third time we've seen the Bobcats on the year. Choctawhatchee, they're 6-1 on the year. They lost Judd Harris in the first half of that game.
They did.
And then Colin Wilson at quarterback the whole game against Mary G. Lost that one 21-17.
yards rushing.
Yeah, and had the lead with 4 minutes to go in that one. Saraland in the monsoon, they lost here, and then they got it going. Big win against McGill, 28-10, 48-14 over Blunt. And then they were up, they were tied with St. Paul's at the half, and they were up over Spanish Fort at the half, and then just couldn't close out either one of those games, and those two have kind of hurt. But you see the matchup here tonight, and then they get Baldwin County, who's 1-6, and Murphy, who's 0-8 right now. So if they can get this one here tonight, you'll like their chances to close things out on a little winning streak.
You really do. I mean, and this one is still gettable. And it's gettable because they changed their offense in the first half. And the other thing, Jim, not just the production on offense and getting that score on the great 9-yard run, but they had the ball.
Yep.
And that meant Theodore did not have the ball because they were basically the first two drives terrorizing this Gulf Shores defense.
For sure. So that's how they got here, and if they get a little win here, they go in the playoffs, possibly on a 3-game winning streak. But at halftime, it's 10-7. First ever matchup between these two schools, Theodore and Gulf Shores. But we'll come back and get you ready for quarter number 3 here on Friday Night Rivals. Jim Cox and Dan Brennan hanging out down at the beach.
Hello, I'm Dean Waite of Dean Waite Injury Lawyers, and we're proud to be the sponsor of the Friday Night Rivals Scholar Athlete of the Week.
This week's Scholar Athlete is Trey Rutter of Gulf Shores High School. On the field, Trey is a proud member of the Gulf Shores varsity boys basketball team. Academically, Trey is a member of the Gulf Shores High School ACT 30+ Club with a composite score of 33, as well as having AP qualifying scores in pre-calculus, chemistry, English language composition, and U.S. history. He's also a member of the National Honor Society and a participant in the Junior Leadership Program. Congratulations, Trey Rutter. The Friday Night Rivals Scholar Athlete is sponsored by Dean Waite Injury Lawyers.
The best Thursday Night Lights and Friday Night Rivals highlights from across the country.
Curtis doesn't like what he sees, takes for himself, now towards the left sideline, still on his feet, still up, D-Tech twirls in, and goes over the goal line. Jared Curtis with his third touchdown of the night as Nashville Christian.
NC State kickoff, and that ball comes loose, and Sanderson recovers. Throws deep, Blair brings it in. Jadon Blair wrestling to the 15.
Oh, Notre Dame fans, you gotta love seeing that one. Jadon Blair.
Ball in the air, and it's intercepted. Oh. Coming down with it is Emilion Johnson, who made the pick and takes it back to the 41-yard line.
Carpenter looks to throw. He will. It's intercepted in the end zone for the Red Devils. And bringing it out, looking for a big return. Here comes St. Clairsville off to the races. All the way back for the score, Gage Wolf.
Now he steps up, wants to go for it all up the right side and pull it down at the 20. Inside the 20 again is Katori Marion.
This is the IBEW Local 505 halftime show.
(10-7) our score at the half here. Let's look how we got there. Overton on the opening drive for Theodore. This one was never in doubt until it kind of was at the goal line. But
would you think so, huh?
Dobbins with a chase. He goes 60. It looked like Theodore was going to go up 14-0, but then Gulf Shores forces the turnover. That was their 10th fumble recovery on the season. And they didn't score, but Theodore got it back, and Theodore got it to the 11, but instead they had to settle for this 32-yard field goal from Brian Cunnell. And then 91 yards of rushing in the first half for Colin Wilson. He got most of them on this drive as they go to the Wildcat. He marches it down the field, takes 5 minutes off the clock, and punches it in there. And 10-7 is where we're at. And I think both coaches feel kind of different right now. Coach Mask was kind of like, he's not sure how, looking at these stats, how it's like that. But on the other side, I think if you're Gulf Shores, you feel really good.
Yeah, I mean, you're hanging on for sure. Mask is thinking we needed to pop it in there twice. We lost a fumble inside the 10 when they had all the momentum in the world, and then they were stalled out, had to kick a field goal third time down the field. So he's frustrated. He's watched the team run for well over 200 yards.
Yeah, 165 in the first quarter.
165. They've got a running back. Abel himself has rushed for just about that amount right now. 15 rushes, 165, and yet only 10 points to show for it. And somehow, well, not somehow, that's how Gulf Shores is still in the game.
You hang around, you hang around.
Yeah.
And Theodore will kick off. So O'Connell has not sent him deep, keeping it out of the hands of Colin Wilson. He's kind of sent some more line drives, and this one just a high pooch to the far side and a fair catch called for there by Hampton. And so Gulf Shore's got the ball back with about 2 minutes to go in the first quarter, in the second quarter into the first half. They went a quick 3 and out.
Yeah, weren't able to do anything with it. They were doing a mix of run and pass. You know, they've just really been better with the star tailback at Wildcat. That's when you just watch this Wilson run. And Steve Matz was talking about him at halftime. He realizes this is somebody that is not any fun to try and tackle. He gets it, but he's got to punch it in when they move that ball. Theodore's got to turn it into points.
Mark Hudspeth, head coach of the Dolphins, on the other side. This is where his team has had trouble. They've not been able to close in the second half.
True, that's right.
Wilson cuts it back. Nice move at the 35 up to about the 37-yard line. 190 pounds, but shifty. Jermaine Bush, the freshman, brought him down.
Yeah, he was. Mask was talking about his lower body strength. He said that's really the key to this guy's balance.
Jermaine Bush, the freshman, he's happy that Wilson is going on to Mississippi State. He's not going to have to tackle him for 3 more years.
No kidding.
37. Now they go with the Wildcat, and Wilson keeps it up the left side, and Wilson at midfield hurdles a defender, and he's up to the 49-yard line. He's going to pick up 25 on that one.
Man.
And a Roof Doctor's first down.
Yeah, you wonder, how does he get 300 yards in certain look at the move right there. It wasn't all blocking. It was almost the opposite. He just changed direction. I think that play was designed to go to the right, Jim.
Wilson took it to the left, and he's got the ball quickly in Theodore territory here as Harris. Now, pressure coming. Harris wrapped up, and he's going to be dropped back at the 50. Trey Matthews, the senior, with his 5th sack of the season.
I don't know what they thought they saw. 2 safeties were deep. It really wasn't. Theodore was not going to be fooled here. Might have been trying to just get it out quick.
Yeah, Harris had no chance there with Matthews coming in. And so now you lose 8. And you're all the way back to midfield.
Yeah, you lose momentum.
And now they'll go back to the Wildcat with Wilson. He again fakes the handoff. He tries to get it out to the right side. They try to go low, and he loses balance a little bit, stays up and gets inside the 45 to the 44, but still going to bring up 3rd and about 12 here. You see if both of these teams, they're just not teams that can get behind the sticks. They just don't play well behind the sticks.
No, I mean, a lot of teams don't.
Sure.
These two, look at the balance again by this guy. Really a remarkable player.
Harris back at quarterback, and he's got, again, Nick Hampton is the receiver to the bottom of the screen, number 11. He's their go-to receiver, and he's a big target.
Big target,
yep.
Right.
Harris has some time, looks to come this way, and he's able to get it to Hampton, but he can't hold on to it right at the sticks. Harris stayed in the pocket there and would have had him right near the first down marker, and Hampton can hold on to that one.
You know, 3rd down in the first half, same thing happened. It was a little bit lower than this one, but no excuse there for Hampton as he's trying to size up the corner and see exactly what's going to happen after the catch. But for after the catch means you got to catch it.
Yeah, he saw Jordan Nelson there at 5'9" and 150 pounds, and he thought, I'm going to have a chance to make a move here, but couldn't hold on to the ball. So Barkley will come on to punt again, and Deion Morris will stand at the 15 for Theodore. No rush this time from the Bobcats, and end-over-end kick. Good punt by Barkley, and it'll check up at the 20. No, excuse me, check up at the 13-yard line. And they flip the field. They don't get any points, but they push Theodore back early in the 3rd. Still 3-point game here in Gulf Shores.
Got it. Friday Night Rivals live from Gulf Shores tonight. 10-7 game, Theodore on top. Brought to you tonight by Local 119, plumbers, pipe fitters, and service techs. Also brought to you by Herc Reynolds Pro Solutions. And by the United States Coast Guard, Protect, Defend, Save.
Well, Theodore starting backed up on this drive. And they stay with Overton at quarterback, and right off to Abel, who pushes forward for about 4 on first down. Abel, just a sophomore, and maybe a little underrated, undernoticed. Maybe he's a really good running back we've seen in the 2 games that he's had on TV this year.
Yeah, I think he's really good. And if he's just, as a sophomore, you don't usually see a sophomore that developed in terms of being that big and strong. Really good player, very competitive. You know, the first thing you got to look at, is he competitive? Does he love to play? He's going to get the ball 20 times a game.
For sure.
He's got to be a tough, mean guy.
Yep.
And I think he checks that box, right?
Be at the high formation here, and they'll give it off. Good pressure this time by Gulf Shores as Jermichael Garrett got in there and drives him back for a loss. 5th tackle for a loss on the year. Boy, good job just slipping in there by
slanting, and I'm sure it's frustrating to the Theodore offensive line, Jim, because they've got the weight on them. They've got the girth. But
they love just to lean. They'd love just to lean on Gulf Shores all night, right?
And Gulf Shores says we can't allow you to do that. We're going to slant, we're going to twist, and we're going to try to get some penetration the slippery way.
3rd and 8. Overton again, and nowhere to go on the right side again. Garrett in there. Garrett comes up with back-to-back stops, and that'll bring up a punt situation as Theodore goes 3 and out, and now
brings up 4th down. That's the 3rd down stop, courtesy of
Theodore. They scored the first minute of the 2nd quarter. Since then, maybe some adjustments from Brian Van Gorder.
No doubt that Van Gorder has made some adjustments, and they're winning on more plays. They're penetrating and getting a better chance to shut down a play before it happens.
Cuniff with pressure coming. Not a great kick as Blaze Thomas was coming up to catch that one and immediately hit. No flag, kind of surprising at the 40, but to flip the field position with that punt by Barkley, and now you got great field position starting at the 40 for the Dolphins.
I mean, how many yards you have to gain just to have a field goal attempt? Maybe 20?
Yep.
So good job by Gulf Shores. Very well coached. And you can pretty much guarantee this offense right now is going to really, really rely on the run.
Yep, I think they'll come back out to the Wildcat here. And indeed they do with Colin Wilson. Motion to the near side, they'll fake to him. And Wilson didn't have much of a hole there, but still able to slide through it. He's up to the 33-yard line. Pick up a 7.
Yeah, again, they bring those the tackle and the guard from the field side over and just try to seal it the best they can. And then Wilson is just so good. He's going to break some tackles, which he does. Have we seen a play where he hasn't broken at least one tackle?
No, he's rarely hit for a loss. And he picked up 8 on first down there. Oh, bit of a high snap. He's able to corral it. Now he wants to go around the left side and cuts it back. And he's going to have the first down and more. Is up to the 25-yard line.
Offensive linemen very active, Jim. Again, they're not just trying to go out and punch their guy. They're on the move. They're gaining momentum. So you see again, pulling guard and tackle.
Another Roof Doctors first down. I think, too, get a little more speed on the offensive line of this Gulf Shores team and able to use it a little better.
That's right.
In this situation.
Sure.
And now Gulf Shores with it at the 25 in the Dr. Pepper maroon zone. Give it off to Hampton. Pick up a couple.
2-yard gain on the play. Going to bring up
Gulf
second
Shores
and 8 for the Dolphins.
looking at a chance to take the lead in this game.
Yeah, now this big, intimidating Theodore defense is more and more looking like the wrong side of the coin, like a tired defense. And they've been that way since probably second quarter.
Yep. Wilson.
Why not?
Left side explodes inside the 10 and all the way down to the 5-yard line. Picks up 18, and it's first and goal for the Dolphins now deep in the Dr. Pepper maroon zone.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, they're blocking well, but look what he's doing with these blocks. His patience again, and then his explosion, and then his vision, and, you know, what else do you want a running back to do?
It's everything flowing to the left, and then he's able to cut it back to the middle.
Able to cut it back with the vision and with the ability to do it.
First and goal for the Dolphins, looking to take their first lead of the night. Wilson, right side, bunched up there, and this time they will wrap him up and push him back. Nowhere to go there. Jacoby Whitfield, the corner, came up, and you kind of bunch everything up there, as you were saying, when you get down this deep in the red zone or the maroon zone.
Right, you're just going to have so much help. That's from the backside. The corner comes up and makes the play. Really good play. And just to wrap him up and get him down.
No goal. We'll keep it at 2nd and 6. Davis in motion, but Wilson will keep it, and he's in for his second touchdown of the night, and Gulf Shores has taken the lead over the Bobcats here at the Mick.
Much to the delight of the swarms of people who paid a little extra to be in those
the suites.
Yeah, in the end zone suites on either side of the field.
Nice double team up there to open things up. An A&S Calvert touchdown for Colin Wilson. A&S Calvert, innovations in steel strengthened by people, now hiring at amscalvertjobs.com. And Barkley with a big PAT here to try to make it a 4-point game. And he does, and 14 unanswered by the Dolphins. And they have taken the lead over Theodore, and it's been behind the Mississippi State commit. Colin Wilson over 100 yards on the ground and 2 touchdowns tonight to give the Dolphins the lead. Colin Wilson, another big night here for Gulf Shores, and he is, I don't want to say single-handedly, because as you said, the blocking's done a great job up front, but this game was nothing like this until they went to the Wildcat package with Colin Wilson.
Yeah, and again, by the opportunity to run the ball successfully takes time off the clock and keeps the Theodore offense off the field. And the first 2 drives, or 3 drives really, Theodore was having their way completely with Gulf Shores, getting up big chunks of rushing yards. And there's this last drive.
Yeah, 6 plays, 40 yards, almost 3 minutes.
Talk about a guy who deserves a rest.
And the smile cam. He was like, do y'all need a smile cam? He was like, I'll give you the smile if you don't need the smile cam. So instead, it's the Mobile County Sheriff's Office scoring drive. And I think he got some shocked fans in red and players in red on the far side that all of a sudden you're down. It's because of the smiles coming from Colin Wilson there.
Yeah, after the work being done by Wilson.
Kick taken just past the 10, and Bush get up to about the 25. And now Theodore's got to, like, they haven't been stringing first downs together. They've not been doing much, so they got to get it going a little bit here themselves.
It was almost automatic in the first 2 or 3 drives.
Sure. And you're driving, you look like you're going to score, you turn it over, then you have to settle for a field goal, and suddenly that's how you just find yourself in a game when you're thinking, we were dominating this game early.
Yeah, I mean, Coach Matz was almost bewildered at halftime, but, you know, he's won 4 state championships. He's been in a lot of games. He's seen it all before, but he was pretty exasperated.
From the 24, and they'll pitch it, and Abel kind of bobbled that one, and now a late flag comes at the end of this play. Right over at the sideline.
Probably going to get the call on your own sideline, right?
Yeah.
And maybe
Carter Bird
happened.
Yeah, Carter Bird was over there to make the tackle. Hadn't seen a lot of the toss.
No, that's the first one tonight.
Mm-hmm. All right, we'll get the official call here.
Good ball.
Yeah, I talked about noticing some of these Gulf Shores players really do play with bit of an edge. They won the state last year, so you know they should think well of themselves. But
kind of just the suplex takedown on the end of that play there is what brings the flag, and all the way up to the 42 now.
Let's see what happens post flag, Jim. If it gives now Theodore a little momentum with this added field position.
Abel maybe 2 on first down.
Abel not able. Good D by
stop me if you've heard this before. Landon Everett on tackle.
Landon Everett. He makes a bunch of those. 18 a game?
Averages 18 a game. Yeah, coming in 128 on the season.
Oh, wow.
13 of those tackles for loss. And 2nd and 8 here now from the Bobcats to the 44. So we're inside 4 minutes to go. Gulf Shore's really loading everybody up at the line.
Yep.
Pitch it around and try to get that one off to the sophomore Dion Morris, and everybody was on the line and everybody broke through, and Jackson Sermon, the sophomore, makes the stop, and they drive Theodore way back, and now Theodore going to be in a 3rd and very long.
All the penetration, all the numbers up front. You're right. I mean, they were daring them to throw right there.
And, a little unheralded there by Price Stevens setting the edge, you know, not letting him get around him and forced him back inside. And then
all that backside help came and got it.
So it'll be 3rd and about 15. Not sure what. Now we got some confusion. We got
another flag, I think.
Okay. So offsetting penalties. It was dead ball foul. So
Brian Van Gorder, you know, he's not selling it out here. He's into the game for sure.
And you don't see a lot of high school coaches that need a get back coach, but he's got one right there, right?
He's got one right behind him.
So 3rd and 15. And this is what Steve Mass told you at halftime. It's like, we're not a team that
does this well.
Yeah, does this well behind the chains. And you can
look for a screen here, Jim.
Abel in the backfield. Looked like he might have started a little early, but no, nothing to do it. Overton will roll out. Overton's got good speed. Now wants to fire it down the far sideline. It's broken up. Blaze Thomas came over there to get a hand on it, but that'll force a punt situation coming up here. Overton, we saw him take it 60 earlier, so we knew when he gets to the edge, but he was trying to make something happen here, and really a dangerous throws into double coverage.
Yeah, I was looking for them to maybe throw a screen and get 7 or 8 where you had an opportunity to think it over. And do we punt or do we go for it?
Yep.
But they went for the entire 15 on one play, and that's not a strength of Theodore.
Connell with the high punt and takes a Theodore bouncing. The punt returner for Gulf Shores like cramped up as he went to go for that and couldn't go track it down. Well, Gulf Shores on top with 14 unanswered. They get the ball back here late in the third on Friday Night Rivals. So Blaze Thomas returns a lot of punts for Gulf Shores, and then Colin Wilson was back on that last punt, and as soon as the punt got in the air, he started hopping with one leg, and you're hoping it's just a cramp, and it looks like that's what they're doing there. And but the way he hobbled to the sideline, we were kind of holding our breath.
Yeah, we really were. This kid is quite a competitor, but he cramped up right out there trying to return that punt, and I think they can get him back in there, but hopefully it's not something that lingers.
Yeah, he's.
And with him out of the game, that changes everything offensively.
Yeah, the 2 touchdowns have come with him at the Wildcat. Give it off the near side, and Connor Davis this time. Davis, the sophomore, takes it up to the 39-yard line. And he'll pick up 18 on first down. So you see a lot of, when Wilson's in the game, they bring him in motion, and he'll do fake to the receiver coming in motion and pull it down. This time they give it to Davis.
Give it to Davis. He shows some speed. He shows something else. This Theodore defense is playing very tired. They're just not nearly the same unit they were when this game opened.
Again, Theodore jumped out to the 10-0 lead, and
it should have been more.
Sure. Jamar Elsis, junior, he's doesn't get a lot of carries, just 18 on the year, and
got another cramp.
Yeah, first cool night of the season.
Kind of ironic.
Yeah, Gabe Watson down with a cramp here, and it looks legit, not like an Ole Miss cramp.
No. Or name your team, I guess. What are they going to do about that?
They got something. It's just bad for the game.
It is.
So 2nd and 9 as they continue to work on Wilson over on the near side. Gulf Shores again. They get a win here, they'll jump up into that number 4 seed potentially. in this region.
Still working on Wilson.
And you know, it's got to be a doozy for him to be on the sideline.
No kidding. Yeah, he is such an impressive player, just his makeup and his competitiveness.
Harris rolls out, flings it up, and pulling that one down. Going up high to reach up and grab it is Elijah Malone. And the senior gets that one up to the 46, a pickup of 15.
Yeah. Got a 3 receiver concept down there, and he goes for the, got the middle level. Good throw, inbounds.
And a hard count by Harris now, and he's going to get Ricky Strong, the sophomore, to jump off side, and it's going to be 1st and 5.
Well, with the star running back out of the game, you need things like a nice completion along the sidelines, a free 5 yards to start.
Yep. That completion on the sideline stops the clock. Stops the clock out of bounds, so that gives you a little more time over here. And Alsis banging ahead. He's going to have another Roof Doctors first down up to the 34-yard line.
Now you seem to move the ball without.
Yep. Roof Doctors first down. And this offensive line really moving well against this big defensive line. That was a concern Mark Hudspeth told us on the field. He's like, it's a challenge up front. They're so big, and we're just not.
And it was a big challenge in most of the first half.
Now Harris going to pull it down himself, and look at Josh Harris take off. Harris inside the 10, tripped up 1st and goal, Dolphins. In the Dr. Pepper Maroon zone. Nobody expects Harris to go on the keeper here, but he picks up 29.
Yeah, that's how it worked. Nobody expected Harris right there. They were looking at that inside reverse handoff, and Harris takes it himself.
And now the cramp is gone. 1st and goal, and the cramp is gone, and here comes Colin Wilson.
Well, just in time, really. Good job by Harris, though, getting him down the field with that big play.
They're going to have to hurry here. The play clock's down at 10. And they're trying to, they're saying, hurry, hurry, hurry. They don't not want to take a timeout. I think Mark Hudspeth's going to have to take one. Nope, they get the play off, and they give it off to Wilson, and Wilson falls forward. Well, Mark Hudspeth was all the way down to about the 5-yard line, and he was going to take that timeout if they couldn't get it off. But good job by Harris to get that play off and not take the delay of game.
Save a timeout. That could be big.
And now you're going to make that defensive line walk 95 yards down the other end of the field to start quarter number 4. Gulf Shores with 14 unanswered and a chance to go up by 2 scores here as we'll start the 4th, and it's 1st and goal coming up for the Dolphins behind the great running of Colin Wilson here tonight on Friday Night Rivals.
Friday Night Rivals in Gulf Shores. Gulf Shores leading Theodore 14-10. Brought to you tonight by Dr. Pepper. It's our title sponsor. Thank you very much, Dr. Pepper. Also brought to you by the Mobile County Sheriff's Office, Sheriff Paul Birch, and by Greer's markets in and around Mobile and Baldwin County since 1916. And also brought to you by this evening, IBEW 505.
Some other scores, St. Paul's all over McGill, 31-3. Just down the road here, Foley leads Davidson 34-18 in 7A. Viger leads Williamson 19-2 in the fourth, 58-0. Saraland on top of Murphy in a running clock game in the third quarter. Daphne pulling away from Fairhope, now 28-16 in the fourth. And here we got first and goal. I'm sorry, make it second and goal. Inside, nothing doing there as Theodore's defense rises up here.
So the Theodore defense was able to catch their breath in between periods, but you're right, they had to go 95 yards from one end of the field to the other.
Yeah, boy, third and goal here. If you're Theodore and you could somehow get a big negative play here, hold them to a field goal, suddenly it's now just a 7-point game.
Yeah, you minimize things a little bit.
Wilson with the high snap, cuts it back on the inside. Wilson pushes ahead, still pushes ahead, and he is going to be at about the 6-inch line, and it's fourth and super short. Dan Brennan,
you're going
for sure. It's going to be in his hands. Number 6. We haven't been offered a lot of coaching jobs in our career.
No, that's a good thing.
And you also think the way your defense is playing, even if they stopped you,
you got to go 99.
You got to pit them all the way back here.
Theodore might try some wood.
Sell out everything, right?
Sell out everything and try to get penetration. Get a loss.
Wilson, and big penetration by Trey Matthews, and they push him back, and what a stop by the Bobcats there. We were saying we haven't seen Wilson go backwards many times tonight, but Trey Wilson, 54, blows this up.
Yep, he does. Wow, does he blow it up. And then he's got linebackers filling in and giving him a hand, and a little shove at the end. I hate seeing that because for a number of reasons. But
what a
terribly unnecessary.
But a little.
Now the way you ran it in the first half, you got to bring that juice again.
For sure. But maybe the team in teal and black has something to do with that too.
Yeah, they have. Very active defense.
Now, Overton will take the snap in his own end zone.
Dangerous spot.
Gives it up, and Abel give him a little breathing room out to the 6.
Abel had 165 yards at halftime.
No, in the first quarter they ran for 165, and you were saying Abel had it.
Abel, yeah. And he's gained 9 cents.
Wow. How about the Gulf Shores band? They are loud here tonight, and the crowd is into it.
The crowd's into it. They get here early. It really is like a festival out there.
Tailgating really great down here at Gulf Shores, especially when it's not raining. First time we've been here.
How about that? We've been the bad luck charm.
2nd and 7. Abel trying to get to the outside, but Stevens is there and trying to rip that ball out as Everett came in after Stevens again, does a good job of setting the edge we talked about, and Bryce Stevens there just able to keep him in a
nice.
Right away going after that football, and now 3rd down and about 5 coming up.
Need a sign of life from the Theodore offense.
For sure. After that big 4th and goal stop from inside the 1. Overton wants to keep it himself, trying to get to the far side. He's tripped up, and he's going to lose a couple. And now you're going to punt from your own end zone as Jamarco Garrett came over there to make the stop.
Now you can keep it away. If you're Gulf Shores, you're thinking, certainly short field. And if it results in a touchdown, you're in really good shape. But also, how long are they going to hold on to the football here in this possession?
They're going to have it in plus territory. You would certainly expect as Wilson is going to stand inside the 40 to take this one.
And he's at the 35.
Kama with pressure coming. Good job to get it off, but those out of bounds. Let's see where they mark this. It is going to be spectacular field position.
They at the 20?
Wow, that's going to be a 14-yard punt. No, at the 19.
Wow.
That is going to be a, if that's, yeah, they're marking it at the 19. That is going to be a 13-yard punt. Actually, at the 18, we'll say the 19. Wow, but the pressure was coming, and
11-yard punt for the Bobcats.
kind of got it off, but wow. So you get the punt in the Dr. Pepper maroon zone.
Yep.
And now they might not be able to take all that much time off the clock, Dan Brennan.
Yeah, now you're right.
But you'll take the points and as opposed to taking the time off the clock here.
And Theodore, the way their offense is now suddenly struggling down more than one score, could be a lot to ask.
Wilson met by Bush.
Colin Wilson straight ahead, no gain on the play.
But if you're Gulf Shores, you've got to get something out of this drive here. You get the ball at the 19, you got to score.
Yeah, I mean, you would think so. Now they do have they got two things going on. The defense is playing well, and conversely, Theodore has just been stalled out on the side of the track for a while here offensively.
They scored in the first quarter of the second minute, and that was the last time they scored.
Yep.
Work the play clock all the way down to 5. Harris to Wilson, and Wilson's going to get stood up this time again as J.J. Bush is over there to make the tackle.
Good player.
And now 3rd and 10. Yeah, Bush, really good player, just a junior. Play some wildcat for them on offense when they need him to.
Yeah.
And now 3rd and 10. We have not seen Harris put it in the air all that often tonight, but Barkley on the year is 2 of 3 field goals as long as 31. Be about a 36-yard attempt from here. So I think maybe 2 down territory. If you don't get much here, they'll roll Harris out. Harris looks, throws back across his body, and it's picked off. Picked off in the end zone, and trying to work it all the way up the far side is Pugh. And A.J. Pugh, the senior, all the way up the sideline, still on his feet and out across midfield. Wow, we said you got to score. The one thing you can't do is turn it over there in the red zone. And A.J. Pugh gets the pick here, and now Theodore will have it out near midfield, down 4 with 6.5 to go on Friday Night Rivals.
Wow.
Oh, nope.
What a play.
6.5 to go. Jim Cox, Dan Brennan, Gulf Shores on top 14-10. Looked like they were really going to put the squeeze on Theodore. They get it at their own. They get it at the Bobcat 18 to start that drive after a 13-yard punt. And then they turn it over with an interception in the end zone. And after the return out near midfield, Overton will pick up a couple. But we said that was just the one thing you couldn't do on that drive.
Yeah, and a great return, too, from inside the end zone.
A couple of scores to pass along. The big 7A matchup out in West Mobile tonight. Fourth quarter, Baker leads Mary G 28-21. They've led most of that game. Fairhope getting beat 35-16 by Daphne here. As you see, boy, I don't think he saw him. It's one of those where you just
never saw him.
Don't see him.
Dropping in coverage, you never saw him. And great acceleration getting it up near midfield.
Abel hit by Everett, and the Dolphins push him back. And it's going to be 3rd and long coming up for the Bobcats. That's how you get 18 tackles a game, Dan.
I was going to say, I'll be quiet now.
So 3rd, and they'll stop his forward progress right at the line of scrimmage. So 3rd and 7 coming up. Inside 6 minutes.
Well, that kid loves football, that's for sure. 20.
At the 49, 3rd and 7. If you get 4 or 5 here, you get a chance to go for it, right?
Right.
Overton looking and throws that one into the ground. Incomplete, stops the clock with 5:35 left.
They did what they wanted to do all on the ground in the first quarter and change in the first half. Overton himself ran for a 60-yard touchdown run.
Yeah, and right now they're keeping the offense out there. Now they'll send the punt team out.
Oh, wow.
So now you just have to worry. You got all 3 timeouts, 5.5 left. Your defense has come up with that stop there, but you do worry a little bit about, are we going to get the ball? We're going to get the ball back.
See that Steve Mansfield was kind of sympathetic toward Overton, but at the same time, he's very frustrated.
Coming for the better punt. That time takes a bounce down inside the 15, down to about the 12. So
you execute defensively right now, you've done the right thing.
Yep, 38-yard punt, that's what you wanted to do, pin him back there. And
Friday Night Rivals brought to you in part by Dean Waite Injury Lawyers and by McMurphy Orthodontics to bring you the Smile Cam. Also brought to you by Roof Doctors. Hurricane season, you know all about them. And also by AMNS Calvert. They hiring up there?
AMNSCalvertJobs.com. If they are, then they are. So Randy Larson, defensive coordinator of Theodore. Now you're going to have everybody up there. So you don't see Gulf Shores really putting this in the air with Wilson back at the Wildcat. Wilson on the right side. Stayed in bounds.
Yep,
over there.
Clock's still rolling. When you have so many bodies up front, Jim, you're bound to get a little penetration. And if you do get that penetration again, you can stop that running back before he gets started.
Yep.
And with Wilson, I think that's pretty important.
I'll get a whistle here. I don't think we see a timeout. Stop the clock with 5:01.
It's hard to believe that we're at a point of the game, Jim, where they need. It's like Theodore needs a short field.
Got it. So that's what they did. They had to reset the game clock to 5:14. So I think they're going to say that he must have got bumped out of bounds over there on the far side. That's
first period. Theodore could do whatever they wanted. Long runs, chunk runs, intermediate runs. Everything was working.
Yep.
And now they're going to need a short field to pull anything off.
So 2nd and 8 here for the Dolphins. Wilson, this time he will give it up to Carter Davis, and the sophomore tries to cut it back, but he's going to be brought down. Great job blowing in there. Zy Smith and Brendan Highliner. Now a flag at the end of this one.
This could be really big, really big.
And this is going to go against Theodore, it looks like. Because that was a dead ball, unless they go with an offsetting or something. But it sure looked like, in body language, looks like it's going to go against.
Did you see something at the end of the
play? I didn't. I was watching Zy Smith make the tackle. Mark Hudspeth down there.
Personal foul against the defense.
Oh, they're going to offsetting. They'll be offsetting.
Dead ball, personal foul against the offense. Those penalties offset.
And Mark Hudspeth not happy with that.
Now, since it was post-play.
Yep. Play stands. He lost 2, so it's 3rd and 11. And Theodore has not had to burn any timeouts here on this drive. And Steve Mask looks on. Wilson with the inside give to Hampton, and Hampton, he gets nowhere. So Theodore's defense rallies here and comes up with a 3 and out. They're going to make Gulf Shores. All right, so we had the offsetting. So it was kind of, one was not happy with it. One was Steve Mask like, well, I think he thought it should have been on Gulf Shores, and Gulf Shores thought it should have been on Theodore.
Yeah, I think Mask was reacting because they revealed that the defense was first. Yeah. They revealed that, and that's what he reacted to.
Got it.
And then Hudspeth is standing there thinking,
we're going to get a first down.
Get the break of their life.
Yep. Now Barkley to punt from his end zone, and Dion Morris stands at the 40. High snap. Barkley gets it off. A good bounds on the far side. Now a flag as we have Gulf Shores player lost his helmet back at the 10. The flag came in.
Theodore player lost his helmet too.
So that'll, I think something here is going to be marked off after. I'm not sure where they've marked it on the far side where it went out of bounds. Boy, they just mark it up at the 23?
Yeah, Jim, I was having trouble seeing it.
Yeah, I couldn't see on the far side where it bounded out.
Dead ball, personal foul against the receiving team. Personal foul against the offense. Those penalties offset.
Same thing all over again.
What? So I think this is going to be, if they mark it, well, now they're going to mark it at the 18. Oh, all right, we'll figure it out after this. 4 minutes to go here at the beach.
This fourth quarter is up to
So Gulf Shores cheerleaders smiling here tonight because their team's on top. They've scored 14 in a row, and they're clinging to a 14-10 lead with 4 minutes to go. Smile Cam brought to you by McMurphy Orthodontics, our Friday Night Rivals Smile Cam sponsor. Are you ready to smile? So short punt, and at the 27, Theodore gets it back as both teams had really short punts. And now a low snap, and they bring in J.J. Bush to go at the Wildcat, and the snap goes down and all the way back to the 34, a loss of 7, and now 2nd and 17.
They don't even resemble the team that came out of the tunnel to start this game. They've got to.
And that was just like a a snap that Bush did a good job of following and not make something worse.
Yeah, but now you're 2nd and 15.
Yeah, 2nd and 17 actually.
Well, you're
so
not a throwing team.
And Bush isn't in there to throw it.
Got a block.
Bush gonna keep it on the right side, and he's tackled in the hole there. Blaze Thomas for Gulf Shores able to make the stop.
Blaze Thomas on the stop.
And they're gonna bring up 3rd. Super long. You're in 2-down territory here.
Yep.
They're not gonna punt it from the 32.
And Van Gorder's defense has pulled a rabbit out of a hat tonight.
Have to make an adjustment. Is maybe sending one of the players off for a little equipment issue. I think that was Helton that they sent off.
Ball spotted at 32-yard line. It's a third long for the Bobcats.
So 3rd and about 15. Another bad snap again, but it's Overton this time being chased by Stevens, but Overton scrambles and lost his footing. And it's back to about the original line of scrimmage at the 27, but 2 disastrous snaps there.
I mean, what a time for all that to happen, too.
Hadn't really seen an issue with that. It was the same thing each time.
Not been an issue tonight until now.
All right, so 4th and 10 with 2:45 to go.
Now you got snapping in the mind of the center.
Theodore has not done anything in the air tonight. Vassar and Morris. Overton, pressure coming, eludes it. He's got some grass in front of him. If he can get to the edge, being chased there, and he's going to be wrapped up and brought down by Carter Bird. Great job of closing from the safety, Bird, to get to Overton to force the turnover. Because it looked like he had a lot of green grass there in front of him.
He had green grass except for one guy, and Bird was up to the task. He's the safety, you're right. He's in the middle of the field right here. Overton got to beat him. He does not. And suddenly, team in teal is maybe a first down away from wrapping this thing up, right?
3 timeouts for Theodore. As both teams squandered great scoring opportunities here in this 4th quarter with great field position. One at the 27, one at the 19, and neither one able to push it in. Inside give, and Wilson will pick up 5 to the 29, and Theodore will use their first timeout. So our Dr. Pepper player of the game coming up at the end of tonight's game here. I think we know who it might be, but you know, something could change here late in the last.
It could.
2 minutes and 10 seconds.
It could.
And they had Harris in there at quarterback. They weren't the Wildcat. And our Herc Reynolds eye in the sky tonight. Again, Gray Armstrong back there in the scaffolding. He is in the, he's behind the VIP suites in the north end zone here at a place they call the Mick. And thanks to Herc Reynolds, being part of our Friday Night Rivals crew, longtime partners of us here on Friday night.
You know, with that angle and that camera, he could get the inside scoop on really what's going on out there.
He's got a great view.
Investigative reporting.
I would need to be harnessed like 7 ways to be up in that thing. I would not feel comfortable being up there. So 2nd and 5 here. Gulf Shores with 2 timeouts remaining, and they will stay with Harris at quarterback. Give it to Wilson. Wilson, look at him push the pile ahead. He's going to be very close. I think he's going to have the first down, Dan Brennan. And he does have the first down. Wow. He looked like he was going to be stopped there, but he gets the local 119 first down.
What else is new, Jim? Looks like he's going to be stopped. Watch him. Watch how he fights. He's patient, then he explodes, and then he fights.
Yeah, he's got big. Tristan
player.
Gill falling on him from behind. And now Gulf Gulf Shores will milk it all the way down here. Think if St. Paul's gets a stop, or Theodore gets a stop here, they'll pop a quick timeout. Wilson gets a few, and they do take the timeout. So Theodore with one timeout remaining. So they can stop it here after third down. If they could get the stop here, get the ball, maybe 40 seconds left, something like that. Maybe. There was some confusion that Theodore had taken their timeout.
So Gulf Shores took the timeout, right? Is that a timeout during a timeout?
Yeah, it was odd there. Maybe. Huh. Huh. Odd.
Any which way. All of our action tonight in Gulf Shores brought to you by Local 119, pipe fitters, plumbers, and the like, technicians. Also by Herc Reynolds and Pro Solutions. Make it a Herc Reynolds.
Not Amateur Solutions, Pro Solutions. That's who they are.
Big difference.
For sure.
And also brought to you by United States Coast Guard. Protect, defend, save, Coast Guard.
Second and 9 coming up here for the Dolphins. It's Steve Mask. Looks on here, 28th year as a head coach. Wilson on the left side, and he's going to be just shy of the first down. And Theodore will take the last timeout. So you got to get the stop here and try to force a punt, but you got to stop it. Maybe if you're Gulf Shores, you're even thinking, boy, if we were to get stopped here and take a timeout, you might just try to run it. Might just try to run it to get that first down to end it, as opposed to taking a chance of something happening on a wonky on a punt, right?
Yeah, that would be something you would want to consider if you're close enough to get it.
But you know, all the great partners we have here on Friday Night Rivals as they help bring you these broadcasts each and every week, including Dr. Pepper, looking to give out the championship belt down there. Neither one of these teams has got one this season. Murphy Orthodontics, Roof Doctors, Local 119, Plumbers, Pipe Fitters, and Service Techs, Herc Reynolds, United States Coast Guard, and A&S Calvert. Steve Mask and Theodore trying to drum up a miracle to keep their playoff hopes alive here, while Gulf Shores looking to keep their playoff hopes alive and really almost punch their ticket tonight. Wilson not going to get it, going to be stopped, and so the minute 7, they start the play clock now, so it's going to be down to about 20 seconds left, and we'll see what Gulf Shores does. And we got Gabe Wilson down with cramps here. They stopped the clock with 59
official timeout on the field.
Seconds left. And Wilson will get up, and Mark Hutsmith out at the hash mark saying, hey, wind the clock. And yeah, Brian Van Gordon, the defensive coordinator, pointing up here at the clock keeper's side of the box to get that thing started, but it doesn't happen until our referee says so. So 59 seconds left. Play clock at 25 now. So that'll gain about Oh, they're going to put it back to 40. So they're going to reset the clock now back to 40. And so it'll be about 19 seconds. Then Gulf Shores, trying to think, Gulf Shores is probably just going to let this run all the way down, and then they'll take their timeout as they have all 3 left. And decide if they want to, do they want to punt it? Do they want to try and get the first down on 4th and a long, call it 4th and 3. Play clock will wind all the way down. It'll be at 19 seconds, 20.5 officially when Coach Hudspeth takes the timeout.
Dolphins call their first timeout of the half. 20.5 seconds.
Yeah, you just you
Bobcats
almost wonder, do you just try to get the first down here? And it's going to be, it would be decent field position, but not much time for Theodore and out of timeouts, as opposed to punting the ball and risking a bad snap or a block or a punt return. And we'll see what Gulf Shores decides to do here. Theodore in jeopardy of falling down to 2-4 in the region and 4-4 on the year, while Gulf Shores hang on for this win here. They go to 3-3 in the region and virtually knock Theodore out of the, they will knock Theodore out of the playoffs here tonight. And Gulf Shores gonna punt it as Barkley will stand at the 30. Deion Morris, the sophomore, will stand at his 30. So 20 seconds left here at the Mick, and now we'll see, was it
penalty flag on the play?
Theodore saying that Gulf Shores flinched. Gulf Shores saying Theodore started coming. It was on the left side, the top side of the screen. If it's against Theodore, the game's over. But it looks like it's going to be against the Dolphins.
Red ball, false start against the offense.
So they should put the game clock back to 20.5. It's at 19-9 here because that was a pre-snap penalty. So Theodore was on top 10-0 a minute into the second quarter here. Gulf Shores scores 14 unanswered, but more impressively is just shutting Theodore down. And this was something Mark Hudspeth said to Dan and I on the field before the game. Said, you know, we just have not been great in the second half. We're a young team, not a lot of seniors, and we've had some trouble in the second half, but it looks like they can hold on here tonight. And now
penalty flag on the play.
Gonna get another penalty flag, and this one gonna back up Gulf Shores 5 more.
False start against the offense. 5-yard penalty.
Again, they'll need to put the clock back to 20.5 as now I think Mark Hudspeth's going to take a timeout, get his punt team together here and say, hey, look, all we got to do is get the snap off and get the punt off, and this game is virtually over. But now you go back-to-back, so you give up 10 yards.
Timeout, Dolphins.
Coach Hudspeth takes the timeout for the Dolphins. And those back-to-back 5-yard infractions. But again, Theodore out of timeouts. And they're not going to have much time once they get the ball. They're not a big downfield passing team, as they have really not done much throwing the ball here tonight. Theodore's just 2 of 8 tonight, throwing the football for a total of 0 yards. And Barkley on to punt here. Aiden Moats, the long snapper. And Dion Morris will stand at the 35. See if we can get this snap off here. High snap. Barkley pulls it down and gets the punt off and gets a good kickoff. And hit before he's able to make a play on the ball is Morris. So 12 seconds left. And, you know, really not a bad penalty. You're going to give up some after the play yardage here, but you also really take Morris out of any chance to be able to get his hands on the ball and return the ball. So not a bad penalty to take by Gulf Shores. You'll give up the 10 yards at the end of that play. And it's going to be just 12 seconds left here on the clock and no timeouts. So if you're maybe you take, so it actually will be a 15-yard infraction, not 10.
Interference with the right to catch the ball. 15-yard penalty to the ball at the 50-yard line.
So it puts it right up at midfield. 12.9 seconds left. I don't know if you try to get a quick one to the sideline to give yourself a little more throwing room. And now Gulf Shores will take a timeout defensively just to make sure they have everything in order to prevent a crazy finish to this one. But their defense has done a tremendous job after they gave up 10 points. And again, that field goal they held Theodore to in the second quarter when Theodore looked like they were marching down for another touchdown. They were able to hold him to that field goal, and otherwise we might be looking still at a tie game. But Theodore has not scored since the opening minute of the second quarter. And we'll have Jamarius Morris in the slot. Sean Sharp will come to the bottom of the screen. Raheem Basher up to the top. Overton again 2 of 8 for 0 passing yards on the night, and Gulf Shores is going to rush 3, and they'll drop everyone else back deep. What do you got dialed up here, Steve Mask? Overton far side. It's incomplete. That's what they're trying to do, is trying to get it up the sideline, and there is a flag on the far side. They're trying to get it to the sideline to get a little more manageable shot down the field. We'll see what this one is over here. Right on the Gulf Shore, excuse me, on the Theodore sideline. They're saying it's against Gulf Shores. Let's see what happens here at the, okay, so there's an interception. Jermichael Garrett just gave a little kick to that football. Now that's a 15. I don't think it was really all that egregious. But now you're at the 35 with 4 seconds left. And Krishan Overton has a chance to keep Theodore's playoff hopes alive. They need a touchdown here from the 35. Overton, pressure from Helton, sidesteps it. Now just going to heave it up, look into the far corner, tipped up in the air, caught by J.J. Bush. Touchdown, Bobcats, and Theodore wins it at the buzzer. finish. 35-yard touchdown strike. Overton put it to the far pylon. It's tipped in the air. The one thing you don't want if you're a defensive team, you want to knock that ball down. It goes in the air, and J.J. Bush uses that 6'3" frame to come down with it and walks into the end zone, and Theodore keeps their playoff hopes alive with the most improbable end to this one. Overton, he got away from the pressure from Helton, steps up and just heaves it down to the right pylon. Tipped up in the air, and J.J. Bush is there to bring it down for the Bobcats to get the win. Again, if you're Gulf Shores, you want to knock this ball down, it goes up in the air, and Bush able to pull it down, and Overton with their first positive passing play of the game here. 35-yard touchdown strike. And J.J. Bush snatches the victory here tonight at the beach. Theodore wins it 16-14 at the horn. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, for sure. And still in shock are the Gulf Shores fans right in front of us here in Gulf Shores as Theodore wins it on the last play of the game, a 35-yard touchdown pass. Overton to J.J. Bush, and they win it 16-14 on the last play of the game. And Dan Brennan is down with Steve Mask on the field right now.
Steve Mask, head coach of the Theodore Bobcats. I don't know what we just saw. I don't know the name of that play. Can you tell us what just happened?
What did was it? Al Michael said, "I can't believe what." No, it was Vin Scully, wasn't it? When Kurt Gibson hit that home run. I can't believe what I just saw. But I'll tell you, literally, no exaggeration. We worked that on practice Tuesday. We did it. It might have been we worked it, and we ran it one time, and it looked like a midget team running it. But what a play! Give Kobe for tipping it, and JJ making a play. Give everybody on this team credit. We never quit. Gulf Shores played great. I thought we played great. It's a great win for us, and we gonna take it.
And now, to top it off, we have a presentation from Dr. Pepper, and I'm going to get out of the way.
Hey, Coach, congratulations on winning Friday Night Rivals Game of the Week. On behalf of Coca-Cola and Dr. Pepper, congratulations.
God, the way if I get this up. Dan, y'all got your money's worth tonight.
Theodore Bobcats, they keep their playoff hopes alive. That play may send them into the postseason. They're still going to need a little help, but they may get there. What a way to win it. Deshaun Overton, 35-yard pass to J.J. Bush, and Overton is going to be your Dr. Pepper player of the game. He starts the scoring on the first drive of the game. He goes 60 yards here, almost lost it at the goal line, but makes it in for the touchdown, and then had 0 passing yards up until this point. From the 35, after 30 yards of penalties marked off against Gulf Shores, they tip it in the air. J.J. Bush gets it, and Theodore stuns the Dolphins here at the beach tonight to win it 16-14. What a Friday Night Rivals here from the MIC. So Theodore keeps their playoff hopes alive. Gulf Shores now virtually eliminated from the playoffs. And Overton and the Bobcats can enjoy the ride back across the bay, down I-10, and keeping their playoff hopes alive tonight here at the beach with the win, 16-14 for our great Friday Night Rivals crew. Dan Brennan, I'm Jim Cox saying good night from the beach, where Theodore wins in an amazing fashion on Friday Night Rivals.
Landon Evans on the Landon Evans on the Kick is up. Kick is up. Kick is up. Oh, mercy, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, mercy, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, mercy, ladies and gentlemen. Touchdown Bobcats. Touchdown Bobcats. Touchdown Bobcats.